Okie dokie. How's everybody doing? It's time for more Pillar. This is part 36, I think, of the Pillar of Autumn build in Satisfactory. Or, well, just a Halcyon class cruiser. I'm not entirely sure if it's Pillar of Autumn yet. But, here we are. Hello. How's everybody doing? Everybody doing good? They're doing swimmingly? Are you swimming? Pile of leaves. Mm-hmm. How's everybody doing? It's Tuesday. It's the wall of spring. I prefer the column of winter. Thank you very much. Hey guys, I got a question. Does anybody here watch, and don't get me wrong, this might think this is going one way or the other. Anybody here watch Bill Maher? I mean, I don't really watch, I get clips from social media, but Neil deGrasse Tyson was on Bill Maher the other day, I guess like a day ago or Sunday or something, and he had a very interesting take about, or point of view about going to Mars. Let's just say I disagree. Not that my opinion counts for much, but I was wondering if you guys would want to discuss something like that during Space News today. Yeah, Vargon. Yeah. So some of you are familiar with this. It was brought to my attention towards the end of the stream last night, and hey,
this is Space. I'm in space.
Nova gifted a sub to Vargon. Thanks, Nova. I appreciate all the support, man. It is cold, Jay. Yeah, Lunprod, that's the one I'm talking about. Is that rain? I don't... No, it's the background noise for Satisfactory, dude. It's floating around on social media, John. I'd have to go find the link. I'll find it for Space News. But yeah, I was just wondering if you guys would want to talk about something like that, because I respectfully very much disagree. What time do you do Space News? 5 p.m. Eastern time, Jay. So if you're not good with time zones like me, that is in 4 hours and 40 minutes. 4 hours and 43 minutes, precisely. From now. From this point right now. If you're watching the VOD, it's not 4 hours and 43 minutes from now. It's probably already passed. Yeah. Check the VODs. If you're watching the VOD, this is weird. This is now strange. Here, look at the ship. Isn't that nice? Bodders. Bodders.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Marco. 21 months. Thanks, bud. Add 6 minutes to the VOD. Sure. What happened to then? You missed it just now. Hey, James, tier 2, 92 month. Thank you. Yes, thank you. When is now? Soon. All right, so, yeah, I'm gonna put that there. Picked up that. We're gonna put those there like that. We gotta go check on the Titans. See how the Titans are. I checked on Titan 1 today. Titan 1 is, in fact, alright. He is doing swimmingly well. I think the little buddy might have a little bit of a tummy ache today. Might have a little bit of a tummy. Put that stack of 1 there. Enough copper for wire. Alright. You took Titan 1 swimming. How did you get that from anything that I said? Just genuine genuine curiosity. You said Titan is doing swimmingly. Oh. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not... Whatever. Doesn't matter. You're dumb, chat. Okay. It's my stream. I'm the winner, okay? Actually, Titan the other day, before we went on vacation, decided... I was taking him for a walk near the ocean, and he decided that a tide pool was a nice thing to jump into. And he did go swimming. So I can confirm that did go swimmingly, for what it's worth. But that was like two weeks ago. I was actually thinking about it last night. I can kind of understand NDT's point, but I mostly disagree. No, the point is stupid. The point is dumb. It's dumb, Lunprod. I'm just gonna go out there. I'm just gonna go out right and say it. That's an idiotic take. Like, I'm very surprised that an astrophysicist would have that take. But do you remember, Lunprod? Do you remember what I was talking about a little while ago about why should we be forced to choose? Why should we need political expediency to make anything happen in the space program? We shouldn't need a reason, right? We shouldn't need a reason. There doesn't need to be a reason for this. We should just do it, right? We shouldn't have to choose. We shouldn't have to choose between SpaceX and NASA. NASA shouldn't have to choose between commercializing everything and not commercializing everything. They shouldn't have to choose. They shouldn't have to compromise. We shouldn't have to. Because if the system is working correctly, then you don't compromise and you get stuff like the Apollo program. But nobody wants... But the problem is that's a hard thing to do. I think that point of view is a byproduct of that point of view. I think NDT's take is based off of that you have to compromise, that it has to be about something. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. We should just do it. It is our destiny. And yeah, I think that's stupid. Yeah, dumb. Pretty dumb, actually. I disagree. I very much disagree. That kind of point of view is how stuff like Viper, Constellation, Space Station Freedom, the Apollo program, that point of view is how stuff gets canceled. That point of view is how we end up fixing all of our problems down here. Yeah, that is a very stupid way of looking at things. I can't believe that he would say something like that. I can't believe it. I don't know, Cal. We could discuss that, but we'll talk about it just... Okay, so clearly you guys want to talk about this. We'll discuss it more during Space News. But anyway, welcome to the Halcyon-class cruiser build. We got the cutouts for hull segment 5 figured out last night. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, James. You know, why climb the highest mountain? Why, 35 years ago, fly the Atlantic? Why does Rice play Texas? I very much am Kennedy-esque in my point of view of this, but mainly because I'm from the same area of the globe that he is from. But why? Why do we need to that's stupid. Why do we need to compromise? We don't compromise, we choose. We choose to do things. Alright? Yeah, dude, it made my skin crawl. I was a little pissed off. I'm like, are you serious? You're actually saying that? A STEM outreach, the like pinnacle of STEM outreach is saying that kind of crap. I'm like, dude, what's up your behind? Seriously. Because I'm like flabbergasted by it. I'm like, I can't believe, what?
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Yeah, that's a defensive mentality, Cuban. That's how we lose. That's a loser's mentality. That mentality didn't get us to the moon. Absolutely not. That is a completely cynical and idiotic take. I can't believe it. I'm just like, are you me right now? Pete, with the 5 subs. Because I know you agree with me. It's ridiculous. Right, look up Neil deGrasse Tyson was on Bill Maher the other day, and dude, I lost brain cells listening to Neil deGrasse Tyson. I can't believe it. I'm like, okay. Maybe if we don't give him attention, he'll go away. No. He's getting attention, whether he likes it or not, and it's not going to be good attention. But maybe that's, maybe that's how you stay relevant. You suck. Absolutely agree, loving the Satisfactory content. Thanks, man. All right, so we'll talk. Okay, it's very clear that people want to hear about this. All right, so we'll talk more about it in a couple hours, or 4.5 hours from now. So, right now we're working on our Halcyon class cruiser build. This is a 1-to-1 build of the Pillar of Autumn. Hey, Hammer, what's going on? Never been that big on NDT. But yeah, Jared, neither am I, but I gotta at least try to respect somebody that does STEM outreach like I do. Like, he's done way more for getting people involved in science and technology than I ever could. So I gotta kind of, you gotta kind of give some respect, but honestly, like, here's the thing. This isn't me being like Dunning-Kruger. I know enough about space to know that he is 100% wrong. Like, I don't know who this guy is talking to or listening to, but that's not... That ain't it, man. What is the matter with you? Like, dude, you're supposed to be here for STEM outreach. Like, that's how... It's your whole thing. Like... I'm at a loss for words. It's like, all right, man. Yeah, Pop, we'll talk more about it during Space News. Stay tuned for Space News. Let's go. Let's work on this now. So we've been working on getting the outlines of all the engine sections and figuring out kind of where everything lives here. Yeah, now we got to kind of put it all together. Yeah, Dean, exactly. I watched
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Gooseman.
An American cat named 123 and a French cat named Un Deux Trois are having a swimming race. Which cat won? The 123 cat, because the Un Deux Trois cat sank.
Oh man, you are making me so angry. Get it? 1, 2, 3, 4 in French. Okay. Build the reactor. I can't wait.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Pretty awesome, Hammernails. Yeah. I'm just looking at it. It's pretty awesome, dude. Yeah, we gotta figure out... What was the other game last year building spaceships? Dude, Hammernails, I've played so many of those, like, I'm not really sure. Archie, I think, is what I played? Maybe? Starfield? Yeah, Tessa, I really wanted to do this to put a pretty average computer at this point. It wasn't average in 2017. But a pretty average computer to the test here. And don't get me wrong, the computer does run hot when I play Satisfactory. It does get pretty dang hot in here, but yeah, it does it.
Discovery,
Hey
go at
Sean,
throttle
what's up, man? 7-month reset. Hey, keep up the awesome work. Thank you. Dude, what a monster of a fucking vehicle. I still like sometimes. Damn, dude. Anyway. Wish I could do resubs on YouTube. Yeah, Dean, I gotta look into it. But you can super chat over there. How's progress? It's good, man. Yeah, actually really good. Yeah, really not bad. This is, it's kind of hard on the eyes. He said, it's kind of a little tough on the eyes to look at. And if you don't know the shape of the vehicle, people are gonna look at it and be like, you just made a spider web. But if you know the Pillar of Autumn and it really is coming together. It really does look right. We worked on the cutouts last night, or yesterday. We worked on the cuts right here. There's cutouts in the in hull segment 5 here that expose some of the engines. I'm not exactly sure why you would do that, but hey, whatever. We also kind of basically figured out the size and shape of the reactors and where they are. They seem to be right at the junction point between hull segment 4 and hull segment 5. Yeah. Yeah, Raiden isn't around. Well, he'll be in sooner rather than later. So, I was thinking today, figure out the position and start trying to make the sphere for the reactors. Not 100% sure how we're going to do that. I'm pretty sure I have a good idea, but yeah, we'll figure that one out. And then figure out how that structure jives with the webs. We're going to have to cut out some of the octo web here, or the octo structure. From what I can tell, probably just a little bit, and then we'll figure out like where the structural supports are for the engine, figure out the thrust structure, and go from there. Now, what do I mean? What's thrust structure? What are you talking about? So, the ship that I'm building in lore is made up of octagonal grids. It kind of basically ends up looking like 3D infill. Like if you look right here. And that's what we've done, right? The first thing that we did was measure how big one of these things is, and I extrapolated the shape of the ship from there. Can this actually be flown, or is it a static display? Static display, hammer nails. Unreal 5 is good, but I don't think it's good enough to move this thing. Yeah, there's no way. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. So we know that the forward hull segments are made out of this octagonal grid. I know that hull segment 4 is made out of it. So the big center section of the ship, I know it's made that way. That has the octo structure in it. And I know that hull segment 3, which is this one, 2, which is this part of the ship, and 1 also have this structure. The reason why I know the other segments have this structure is because that's the part of the ship that you explore in the games. And in the games, right, when you're walking through hull segments 2 and 3 in the ship, you have the through-deck diagonal and through-deck vertical spars. That and that, right? You have those. So I know that the front of the ship has the octagonal structure. Now, here's where we're starting to abstract things. In-game, you really only see certain parts of the ship. You do not see any parts down here. But we know that it's still made out of octagons because of the lore, right? This is official lore from the books. Right, so we know that that part is made that way. It's more of this, more of what you see in Halo 1, right? And, well, not necessarily in Halo Reach, but... The parts of the ship, the other parts of the ship that you do see are Launch Bay 7 here, which we've done all 8 of them. To scale, though, this is actually too big to be a launch bay. There was some liberty. Bungie took some liberty with scale. If you look at the hangar bay compared to the front hull segment 1 of the ship, it's way too big. So we scaled them to match the ship correctly, and yeah, so we have that. And even the levels don't fit inside of the ship. Probably because they only had a certain amount of space that they could fit it in on one axis because of the limitations of the time. Probably memory limitations from the early 2000s, if I had to guess. That's why they kind of... Now the ship should be like super long, right? But they kind of shoehorned it, as much of it into one area as you possibly could. That's my guess. When's the last time you put out a challenge to the devs like that we got? Last time you put out a challenge to the devs like that, we got the same part collision in KSP. Coffee Stain did raid me the other day, Tessa. They raided me about 2 weeks ago, and they asked, "Are you gonna make it fly?" And all I said was, "Are you gonna make it fly?" And it was so funny. The person on the other end of Coffee Stain was like, "I'm just a developer, man." I'm like, it's actually super funny. So who knows? It would be sick to fly this thing around, but where are we gonna fly it? It's half the dude. Well, not half. It's about a third of the size of the map. Like, do you want to see this thing in Satisfactory calculator? Hold on. Let's see. Might take a second. It's trying. Oh, it's trying. Yeah, it's actually pretty small. Not a third of the size of the map, maybe a 16th. Yep, this is completely frozen. It is very broken. It really does not like that. Yeah, it's not a fan. But there it is. Looks good. Looks good from here. I think you need a second factory in the shape of another ship. Ando, if we get the project this far, I'm gonna, on the cliff right here, I'll build scrap yards. I'll build the scrap yards for the other ships. And then maybe have a couple of attempt to make a couple of crashed ships out here. Yeah, it does not like that. So let's shut that off. Yeah, it's actually not. I mean, so here's the thing. It's not as big as the on the map as I thought it would be. But here's the thing. Where are we gonna fly this? We could probably get the ship take off and then fly it for about 3 seconds before we hit the edge of the map. It's not gonna go very far. Can you make a Pelican to scale? I don't know, man. I would love to.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Maybe we'll design one on the blueprint printer someday and put them in. We'll put 2 or 3 Pelicans in each docking bay. Presents! The space station above you is 3 times bigger diameter than the map. We could fly to that. That'd be sick. But once again, you might need more than one dude to run this thing. But once again, there's no physics simulation here. The only physics simulation is players and vehicles, and that's it. And not even all the vehicles. Trains aren't physically simulated. If they were, they would fly off the rails. All right. Let's go here. It's an octosphere. We can get away with that, right? But how... That can help us make a sphere, but how are we going to... Hey, Chimp.
Discovery, go at throttle
You
up.
got your first Tesla last week. These things are super cool. Right on. Alright, so get rid of that for a second. I think rotating foundations is the way that we could get this done. So let me put 2 foundations down. And then dump that. Rotate that 45 degrees, right? And then do the same thing. 1, 2. And then... Okay, so if we want to rotate this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, Okay, we're rotating in 5-degree increments. We rotated 45 degrees at 9 ticks, so we're 5-degree increments here. To build the sphere, we're gonna need to. Okay. So we have 45-degree increments, right? So, the problem is we can't really half that, can we? Because 45, you can't divide that by 2. Okay, hold up. Get rid of that. Yeah, Tess, I get it. I got you. We might have to there might have to be a process here involved. Obviously we don't want it at 45 degrees because we're rotating and yeah. It's 36, so we have to, yeah, okay, we have to have increments. Yeah, 3 ticks at 15. It's just like KSP. 1. So place 1 foundation. Hold left control, you can rotate in 5-degree ticks. So 1, 2, 3. Right. Oh, hold up, that's too high. There has to be a little bit of a process to this. Okay. Yeah, you could go by 3. Yeah, Kesis, exactly. So, if we take this thing and we put it underneath, right? We get rid of that, and then we go sample the blueprint. Turn that 90 degrees, turn that 90 degrees. Cool. Alright, now, flip back over. Now get rid of the top foundation, sample the blueprint again. Woof. Woof. Okay. Just repeat the process until it's full. Ticks. Arms the 4-second fuse. Another 3 disarms. How long did you say that fuse was? Oh, grow up, 007. Don't say the pen was mine getting the sword. Thanks to me, they were right. Now let's ask Fred here to demonstrate. Here we are. Sorry about this, Fred. 1, 2, 3. Don't touch that. It's my lunch. Now, 007, do please try and return some of this equipment in pristine order. X-ray document scanner. And this is a class 4 grenade. Sorry. Wait. Ready? How long did you say that fuse was? Sorry, it's just suddenly GoldenEye because 3 ticks. Ugh. Well, that's a sphere. Oh, dude, that's super cool looking. All right, so in order to make this right, we got to start placing pillar frames on this thing. That's cool looking, but that's not really gonna help us. Manually placing all the pillar frames on this to get the I-beams to go in the correct orientation will... Yep. So, here's what we're doing. Ready? We're gonna load. We're gonna load up a 5-meter radius cylinder, and we're gonna save this one, right? And this one is gonna have pillar frames, okay? So, obviously, we go around the horn. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Shaw. So, now what we do, we go in here, we save this. I saved a new thing before. All right, so we're overriding TF.
Discovery,
Hey,
no
Firebird,
throttle up.
what's up, dude? Now, that is pillar frame 1, okay? But here's the thing. If I make this, right, we're going to have serious overlap there and there. There's going to be 60 of those sitting on top of each other. We don't want to do that because that's the axis that this thing is on. We don't want to do that. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go pillar frame filler. Save a new one here, and we're going to save a new one that gets rid of the vertical axis. Trust me on this one. This will make it so we don't have basically 100 vertical pillar frames stacked on top of each other. Now we go in here, we take this, save that print, confirm, clear the blueprint designer, all right? We have to do this to basically manufacture this part. So, we have to put a foundation down to get the rotation right. Put that down, go here like this. Get one pillar. Or one circle with the pillar frame, right? And then get the filler one, rotate that 90 degrees, and place it. Man, this thing's gonna be nuts. All right, now we have to repeat that process. So, 1, 2, 3, select that, get rid of the lower one, put the original frame back in the original position. Now take the fillers, get rid of that. And now we just got to repeat the same process that we had a second ago. Oh. Sorry. You have to go back a step because I'm an idiot and I'm trying to optimize too quickly. Yeah, this thing's gonna end up looking like a tokamak. Yeah, when we get to the upper axis here, this is going to be really difficult to fill in. Make it much better. Do you think you'll stay under the part limitation? Hard to say, Alucard. Alright, let's just make it. We can't optimize something that doesn't exist. So we can't figure out a process optimization unless we build the thing out first and figure out how to put it together. That's the key rule of Satisfactory or any factory building game.
Discovery.
Build
Go
something.
throttle up.
Don't get it right, get it running. It's a moniker that I borrowed from hot rodding, from modifying cars. Don't get it right, get it running. Build something. You have to make something before you try to optimize it. You can't optimize something that doesn't exist. I think that one was offset. I placed that one wrong.
Discovery. Go and throttle up.
Can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs, am I right? Yeah, man. What's up, Ozzy? How you doing? 105 months. Eddie with a 69-monther in there, too. Nice. This is some Demon Core stuff. Look at this thing.
What do you mean the rebels blew up the Death Star?
What the heck is an aluminum falcon? Maybe he had painted beams on the end in the blueprint. So, Jorge, the thing is, if I did something like this, right, and we added that in the blueprint, right, 5 meter out in the blueprint, we would have to do another, we'd have to do that. Because trying to attach here, right, if I just got rid of that, trying to attach here, it doesn't... Oh, it does pick up on orientation. Wait, what am I doing? Please hold. Interesting. Yeah, see? There. That's the problem. You can't keep going in that direction. Dude, you know what? It's gonna be a little bit of a tedious process, but I should be able to get this right. It's just gonna be a little bit on the difficult side over here. I really can't see what we're attaching there. We could always just attach more frames. And eventually they'll get to the point where it's manageable. Maybe alternate removing 3 in the top bottom. Well, I don't want to reduce overlap, Tessa, because what's overlap here, if we go 40 meters out in every direction, it's not going to be overlap there. It's just overlap because we're in the center of the entire sphere. That is pretty sick, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, how hard is it to really attach a beam here? It's very difficult. Can we do it here? Yeah, that doesn't seem to be an issue. It's just this top. Okay. Thanks, Kesius. Never been disappointed ever since KSP1. Thank you. Means a lot. What are you making now? What's up, AirJ? Let me show you. We need to figure out a way to make the fusion reactor. That's what I'm trying to figure out, dude. And then building the tap-off pipe from the fusion reactor is gonna suck. That's gonna be really difficult. But, you know, I didn't do this because it was easy, you know? Yeah, we need to build them, and I'm trying to figure out a way to make a sphere. I think we got a good way. It's funny because, like, AirJ, remember when we were making gears in Kerbal? The process is very similar, actually. It's really similar to making gears. Yeah, like just place one part, rotate it, place another part, rotate it, place another part. It's the same workflow, which is kind of funny. It's just in the blueprint builder instead of the SPH. Now I want to play Kerbal. Okay, this is cool. I gotta, you know what? Let's clear the blueprint printer. I got another way to do this. This doesn't take very long, so clear the blueprint printer. All right, now let's load up that fill blueprint. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do with the filler. We're gonna go out. Let's do this on the bottom, because the bottom is where we're limited on space. How familiar are you with the Gear Wars? Ugh, I don't envy you. So, we have to do something with the fill frame here. Like that. We can go 2 meter out. One second. I gotta load. We have to load up the blueprint. So the pillar frames are 4 meters, and if we attach a 2 in front of it, that'll move the attachment points on for the upper levels. It'll move them up to 6 meters. Well, we have 6 there, and then 4 there. That's 10 and 5. That'll move it 15 away from our center point. That should be enough to attach correctly. So that's our new fill blueprint right there, right? So let's go in here, save it, overwrite it, clear the blueprint printer. It looks like Elon doing the X jump. Oh, jeez. Okay. Let's just do a couple of these here. There's the main one. There's the filler, right? And then we do... Let's keep going and see what happens. Forgot to add it to the first, well, not forgot, but the way we're doing the process here, it's not. We gotta add the piece manually, just as a test.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That's not placed correctly, because it didn't snap, because it's running into the exact problem that I'm trying to solve. No. Hang on 1 second. I'm gonna do the center on this one as well. Is the Hadron Collider for your ship? Yeah. Yeah. So save that as the pillar frame. Yeah. Clear the designer. And let's go here. Ready? Take this. Put that like that. Make frame 1. With its 3, right? And then rotate 90. Might have to do some nudging here because we ran out of space. Hang on. Oh wow, it's coming along. Hey Jeff, 177 bits. Thanks, man. Once again, we only really have to do this once, so it's a tough process to get it filled right now, but let's go fill her like that, right? Let's just make sure we're centered. See, we're not. Now we are. We're not centered on a certain axis. Okay, all right. Like I said, you said this stuff would be easy. %ish done. I'd say we're probably like a third of the way there. Yeah, maybe a third. But you got to remember, the other thing to consider is that we're 30% done right now, but I'm working on the difficult stuff first, the hard problems to solve, like making spheres. I'm working on that first. I'm getting all the difficult stuff out of the way. That's what I'm trying to solve. Like, the easy part is placing all the decks and all the interior furnishings. That's the simple part. Simpler part. So, it doesn't look like we're making a lot of progress, but the figuring out where everything lives is a huge part of it. From there, it's just furnishing everything. Can you make a new filler that has none of the next frames on the top and bottom so you can alternate fillers? Why would I do that, Dean? I'm... That was you before you were doing this. Okay. The only thing now is that it's getting difficult to... You know what? We get rid of that, and we get rid of that, and we replace them later. This gets a lot easier to do. Because I can center that, I can center the frame. 1, 2, 3. Get rid of the lower frame, or the lower foundation. Place that with the new rotation. That should be enough. In my processing now, I missed one. Yeah, Mihai, exactly. I was thinking about that. Here, hold on. Hey, Yannick. What's up? Subtract centers, right? And then we have our two opposed rows. That. Any spherical stuff in here? Oh, a Mercer sphere. Hold on. Yeah, baby. Okay, clear the blueprint designer again. All right, so the first one we'll do manually, okay? So place that, right? We need our pillar frame, right? We need to subtract those from the pillar frame, right? And then we need just a standard pillar piece. Let's just hold nudge, make sure. Okay, cool. All right, that's good. Okay, so now, right, let's turn the foundation 15, right? 1, 2, 3, on a 5-degree increment. Change this. Get rid of that. Now let's get our Mercer sphere fill, right? No. Mihai, I made the piece while it was sitting on... I blueprinted it when it was sitting on the I screwed up. I don't want this. Get rid of it. That's a bad blueprint. I made it on the foundation. Screwed it up. Let's just do what we were doing, dude. Going to get more difficult the further we get along. No, it would be more efficient, Mihai, if I didn't screw up the blueprint. I screwed up the blueprint because I saved the blueprint when we were sitting on a foundation. Some of the fill blueprints are saved on a foundation and some of them are not. So now the real question is, how do we get at the last couple of cylinders here? I suppose we don't need that. I can just remake that. That's easy. Or we don't need it in the first place because we're making a sphere. So let's get rid of the cardinal direction beams, just because it'll be easier for me to get in there and select that. Just that last row, man. There it is. What is this, a reactor core? That is exactly what it is. I'm figuring out a way to make a sphere, Apollo. What a joyous thingamabob. $1,500 steel beams per blueprint. What if you put the MPP in the... What if I put the nuclear power plant in the engine room of the ship? Yeah, of course. That's what I'm going to do. It looks like a truffle, like a chocolate truffle, like that you open up the wrapper, you pull it and it unravels. Save time. Is there an orange beam missing at the bottom? Yes, Benton, there is. That's on purpose. Those are not really needed. I got rid of the beams at 12, 3, 6, and 9, so I could look in there and place it on the center point. See the plus sign? That's how I got all of them to be spherical. Yeah, the Linders, exactly. There you go. That's super cool. Yeah, Ska, of course. Stick a few sign lights in the center. Can we even get into the center? No, it doesn't like that. Math. You make a light sign rotate. Not really, but I have ways of making this look right, Scott. How we're gonna have to do it is I'm gonna have to build the housing around this, get to the center of it somehow, put all the pieces in that I need in the center, and then rebuild this based off of the housing. Like, I have a process. I figured it out. I know a way to. Is this some kind of nuclear core? That's exactly what it is, yes. That's crazy that you can make this do this. Anyway, let's go up into the ship, shall we? I'm just gonna leave that there. Actually, no, I do not want to leave that there. I'm going to clear the blueprint designer because I took pieces off of this thing to try and get to the center. So let's just clear the blueprint designer and make sure we don't overwrite the original save. So go here like this, go here like this. Yeah, just leave it. It's fine. You could build it in halves. Yeah, DJ, build the top half, right? Build the interior on the bottom, and then flip them. Yeah, you could do that too. That is definitely a way to get it done. Well, we should, that's our offset right there. We should, if I go down, should be able to go down 1 meter because I placed them on a 1 meter foundation to get the rotation to work. So if we shift this right here as a placement beam, that's what I used to place the original 5 meter prefab there. And because we're in the blueprint printer, 1/2 meter offset, right? So we have a 1/2 meter offset that we have to take into account, and the fact that we built it on a foundation. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go in here, we're going to get the reactor core blueprint, and I'm going to place it down, and I'm going to see if it's aligned. See? Taking into account the 1/2 meter offset that the blueprints already have, right? And then the fact that we built it on a 1 meter foundation. If we built it up on a 1 meter foundation, if we wanted to line up with our blueprints that weren't built on a 1 meter foundation in the printer, we shift our 1/2 meter offset 1 meter down in 3D space, and we end up right on the center line. If that made any sense, don't worry about it. I'm just trying to get everything to line up in 3D space. I don't want to build the reactor like over here and try to go connect the engine into the reactor and have it be like bent. That's what that means in plain English. It's a Fixmas miracle. The demon. Okay, so we have an approximate here that the reactor is basically, I mean, the drawing might be, this isn't like a 2-scale drawing, this is just a cool cross section. But looking at the 3D model of the ship that we have, right, if we try to place it somewhere, in the diagram, it looks like the sphere is kind of like right here. But I'm going to take some creative liberties here, because if you move a sphere that is just a slightly bigger diameter than our engine's combustion chamber, see that this cylinder, let me go into regular view. See that cylinder right there? That's the combustion chamber for your engine, right? If we make the sphere just a slightly bigger diameter than the combustion chamber, which seems to be what's going on here, if I place that and I try to put it in this position, it's clipping up top and it actually sticks out the sides a little bit. Just a smidge. I don't want that. So, in wireframe view, we basically can figure out exactly where these things are. There's two of them. There's one there and there's one there, right? It's got twin reactors, twin engines, makes sense. Redundancy on a spacecraft makes perfect sense. So I think that's the approximate position. Now, the other thing that could be on a Halcyon that we really don't know, like there's no way to tell, is we could have offset reactors like that. I'm not entirely sure why you would do this. Because that's basically where the forward reactor seems to be. But the lower reactor, there's an open bay here, and then there's your cutout right there. And it looks like the reactor fits right in between those, right? It looks like that's where it wants to be. That's its home, right there. You know, surrounded by heavy armor plating, right? So the ship could have an offset reactor because the cross-section doesn't really show where the second reactor is. It could be offset. They could be like over-under in front of each other, but why? I'm going to chalk this one up to being an abstraction, right? Meaning that Bungie never really thought that anyone was going to try to do this, try to make this thing, right? Even in 3D space, let alone never in real life, right? Like, I'm pretty sure they never really defined it. They were just like, we want to make the ship look cool, so we did armor plating in certain areas, right? Now there are two of them. Maybe it's a center of mass issue. Well, Mayor, if you want to make, you might be right, dude. If you want to make the case for offset reactors like this, please, I'm listening. I need a reason. I could do this way. Sure, why not? That would be sick. Because that means this way seems to line up. Everything seems to line up correctly. But, and once again, okay, here's the thing. I know good and well, Bungie never thought anybody was gonna do this. Everybody's gonna try to make this stupid thing, right? They never really defined reactor position because it was not relevant to the story of Halo. The structure of the ship is relevant to the story of Halo because the ship takes off from Reach and, lands on Halo. And the structure of the ship is the reason why a ship that's not usually designed to go into atmosphere actually ends up in the atmosphere, etc., etc. There's a whole reason for the structure of the ship. It's integral to the story, which is actually super cool. But the reactors are never defined like that, as far as I can tell. So, we know that Bungie probably it's not relevant to the story where the reactors are, just that there's two of them because you have two big freaking engines, right? They never defined position. So if we can think of a good position as to why these things are offset, or a good reason as to why these things are offset, like a good engineering reason, I'll do it. But honestly, this is where creative liberty comes in. Do I want it to be like that? Is it like that in the game? If there's some lore that I haven't figured out that explains why your reactors are like this, or maybe it's just artistic license. Maybe they intended the reactors to be here, but somebody, a hard surface modeler at Bungie thought it would be cooler to put a hangar bay right there, and nobody's gonna care where the reactor is except for us nerds, right? It makes space for the Mac. Well, if we want to figure out the position of the Mac, we can do that right now. Hold up. Hang on. I'm just doing making a quick shape. Give me one moment. I'm trying to define it in 3D space. This is how I've been able to build the ship, guys. I have a 3D model of it from the game, and I'm trying to basically use this to measure every edge and figure out where everything goes. Okay, where's their gun barrel? That's the Mac gun barrel right there. Every ship in Halo has a railgun. It's basically a flying artillery piece. All right, now let's look at the cross section. It looks like the breech for the Mac and the magazine for the magnetically accelerated. It's basically a big railgun. The breech for it is. It looks like it's actually in the forward part of hull segment 4. So, hold on one second. What would the center of thrust be during takeoff? Not the rear engines, but the boosters. Oh, I could figure that out. Give me one moment. It actually seems like magnetically accelerated.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
The breech and the magazine for it are right. They're over port and starboard bay 2 on, well, yeah, either side bay 2. So it's right there. And then select this. Who was that? It's a me! Why don't the Pillar of Autumn's reactor engines ever play catch? Because every time they throw a ball, it turns into a plasma explosion. So one direct strike won't take out both engines. Yeah, okay. Okay, so pause this for a second. Let's go me inside your head now. No, we're going here. So Mayor, let's take a look. Let's see if we can look at some thrust vectors here. So let's see if we can, Mayor, that's actually a good point. There's this takeoff footage of the Pillar of Autumn. Now, once again, it's just an animation. It's not a physical simulation. But from this animation, we might be able to extrapolate where the Pillar of Autumn's center of gravity is. How do you know? Well, how do we know where the center of gravity would end up? Well, these engines all have to be pushing on the center of gravity. If they're not pointed in at your center of gravity, it's not efficient, believe it or not. Now, okay, we're going to get into some trigonometry here and real life physics, like how rockets work. So if your engines are not pointed through your center of gravity, you're not necessarily efficient, right? But there's a trade-off here, okay? You have to find the trade-off between pointing your engine straight up. So there's the force of gravity, right? And that force of gravity is acting on the mass of the vehicle, right? And ideally, the force of gravity, when a rocket is taking off, like lifting off like this, I mean, that's not a sci-fi, but when a regular rocket, like what we would know, takes off, right? You want your rocket engines pointing directly into the force of gravity, right? And you want the center of gravity of the vehicle to be coplanar with the force of gravity coming down and the thrust going up. If it's not, if your center of gravity is over here, force of gravity pushing down makes a lever, and your vehicle will basically go up and fly right over. Any Kerbal player knows what I'm talking about. So, what if you have two engines, right? You have two engines at the bottom of your vehicle. So you have two engines here, right? You have your center of gravity right here, and then you have your force of gravity pushing down. You want your engines pointed outwards at the center of gravity. But your trade-off is that your engines are pointed at the center of gravity equally, so it's pushing up on the vehicle. But because the thrust of each engine is pointed slightly out, you're going to take what's called a cosine loss in thrust. Some of the rocket's thrust is inefficient. It's lost because you're not pointed directly at the center of you're not pointed directly into the force of gravity if you have two engines pointed out like this, right? Now, you see this trade-off all the time in rockets, in real-life rockets, believe it or not, particularly with solid rocket motors. If a launch vehicle has an attachable, if a launch vehicle has attachable SRMs, so solid rocket motors. Here, look, this is from Nathan Barker, actually, one of my buddies over at NASA Spaceflight. Look at this picture. Check it out. This is a Delta launch. This is WGS-10. Look at the SRM. See how it's pointed out? The exact thing I'm talking about here. Now, once again, Bungie and their animators aren't the hallmark of, this is not actual physics. That's just an animation. It's not a physical simulation. But the animators at Bungie did know enough to know exactly what I told you. So you could see right here that they're kind of clusters of boosters right here, just like you'd have clusters of boosters on a Delta, like a Delta. This is a Delta 4 medium. That's a Delta 4 medium plus 5.4, if anybody wants to know. Why is it a Delta 4 5.4 plus? Well, Delta 4 rocket, 5-meter upper stage, right? And I know it has a 5-meter upper stage despite looking at it because the 5-meter upper stage variant never had 4 SRBs. There was a 4-meter and a 5-meter upper stage for Delta 4. Okay, there are variants of Delta's upper stage called the DCSS. If anyone cares, if you guys don't care, I can't imagine that somebody would. But if you want to learn a little bit about Delta, this is a Delta 5.4 medium plus. Okay, so there's no 4.4 medium. That was never a thing. It was only 4.2. So because it has 4 SRMs, I know it's a 5-meter upper stage. So this is a 5.4 medium plus. That, and I watched this launch, by the way. It's WGS-10. Hey, Grim. So you see that your SRBs, right, are all pointed. They're actually, each one is pointed out a little bit, and they're pointed inwards at the center of gravity of the vehicle. Now, the keen-eyed of you will notice that one,
Go at throttle up.
that one's not pointed in the right direction. That one's pointed in a different direction. Why is that? That's because get this. This is something that'll make people that are anal retentive about symmetry and stuff, this will make you go bananas. One of the SRBs on a Delta 4 and a 5.4 medium plus configuration has a movable nozzle. The other 3 are fixed. That one has a thrust vector control nozzle, so the nozzle can move, it can gimbal. And that's how Delta 4 has a roll control. Because if you have one singular engine, you have one engine in the center lined up with your center of gravity and 4 fixed nozzles, that's only pitch and yaw. The vehicle will only be able to do this and this. Can't do that. So in the 5.4 medium plus configuration, one of the GEM 60s, that's the name of the graphite epoxy motor 60, one of the GEM 60s has a thrust vector controller to allow the vehicle to steer, to roll particularly. Yep, only one. Only one. Actually, it might have been 2. There might have been the one over there. That might I forget. I know that maybe it's a Delta 5-2 medium. Delta 5-2 medium might have one, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, so you have, point is, fixed nozzle. You could tell where your booster propulsion, if you're using a fixed nozzle, you can tell where the booster propulsion, you can tell where the center of gravity is on a vehicle by the angle of the dangle right here. That's what I'm getting at. That's the whole gist of this. Now, that's real life rocketry. Once again, Halo is not real life. I mean, I wish. That'd be cool. I want this in real life. But by looking at this animation, we should be able to figure out more or less where the center of gravity of this vehicle is. And if we find the center of gravity, or we can kind of do a reasonable extrapolation of where your center of gravity is, right? We should be able to figure out where the reactor placement is. Now, keep in mind, it's not like we're trying to find a secret document on the back of the Declaration of Independence that Bungie left there for us to figure out where the reactors are. No, it's just some logic to guide our creative liberties. I have no idea where the reactors are. Neither does Bungie. They don't care. Why do they care? They just wanted to make a cool ship take off, all right, and make it look cool. There's no physics behind this. But we'll use their animations to try and guide our creative, to guide our artistic license, if that makes any sense. This is how I like doing things. You know, why did you stagger the reactors? Well, in the cutscene, it looks like one reactor is forward over the other based on how the ship flies. Bingo. Mayor, that's a great idea. So why not use flap control RCS for roll control? Reaction control systems complicates the vehicle. Flaps you can't use, Graham, because the rocket goes in a place where there's no air. Do the reactors power the smaller engines? James, if we're going to go into kind of physics extrapolation, yes. These fusion reactors seem to have a tap-off. There's two fusion reactors, and the fusion reactors are coupled to your electric propulsion. This is electric propulsion. Or it could be plasma. It could be either one. I'm kind of coming down in favor of it being electric propulsion just because of how the engines look. Now, once again, if you look at how the engines are giving off blue, they're giving off blue light. All right, so that's ionization. If you guys are familiar with Cherenkov radiation, it looks like that. It's glowing, suggesting that these engines are using electric propulsion, and these ones are not. These ones are using chemical propulsion because of the color of the flames. Now, once again, I can't stress this enough. Bungie just did that to make it look cool, okay? The blue, pretty colors. That's what they did. They just made it look cool. But if you're doing sci-fi, it's cool to have some guiding principles, right? We know that these are electric propulsion. They explain it because you have fusion cores here in the ship, right? They talk about this at the end of Halo 1. We know that. So that's concrete logic right there. From the lore, from the game. These things could, if they explode, they reach a temperature of 100 million degrees Fahrenheit because the reactor goes critical. Don't be there if it blows up, right? Right? Wouldn't plasma be electric? Yeah, technically. But these very much, once again, some 3D artist at Bungie just said, oh, near future propulsion, and probably did a quick image search on Google and found Hall effect thrusters. Hall effect thrusters exist in real life. Now, let me tell you, does that look the same? That's a real picture, by the way. This isn't that's not 3D. That's a real picture. Hall effect thrusters ionize, they arc electrical current through an inert gas, and it creates thrust that way. You arc electrical current through xenon. This is current technology right there. That's a real thing, just in case anybody wants to know. The thing is, there's not a whole lot of thrust in these all systems because we don't have a way to generate copious amounts of power. I have it from people I have it on firsthand. All systems, believe it or not, one time a guy came in here. I had a guy come in to the stream one time and talk to me about Hall effect thrusters. That actually, he was working on manufacturing the Hall effect thrusters for the Gateway, believe it or not. And he told me something that I never knew. So this is SEP, solar electric propulsion. So you use solar panels, you generate electricity, you arc xenon gas through that electricity, and it makes a decent amount of thrust, right? That thing makes thrust, but it doesn't make a lot, but it's very efficient. Here's the thing. Here's what that guy told me. And I actually asked where the dude worked, and he ended up working at a place in Massachusetts that I'm very familiar with. It was actually down the street from the Best Buy that I worked at, interestingly enough. Like, I never knew that that was there. I've driven by that place a bajillion times, right? Never knew that that was there. So he told me something very interesting. Electric propulsion is scalable. You can scale up a Hall effect thruster. The only reason why we haven't is because we can't generate enough power. Solar power is good in space, but it's not a nuclear power plant, is it? Right? Interesting thing. High-tech space propulsion company next to a Best Buy. You'd never know. Massachusetts is peppered with weird stuff like that, dude. Yeah. There's all kinds. I mean, we have Draper. You'd never know that Draper was there. The Draper lab just built the guidance systems for the Apollo rockets. Whatever. They worked on the AGC and all that stuff. Like, Massachusetts is where miniaturization of electronics started. Just saying. Just saying. NECDE 5-month resub. Oh no! Thanks, man. So, does that look like that? Yeah, very much. They look exactly the same. So that's a Hall effect thruster. So my guess, big guess, and you guys tell me if I'm wrong. You have your fusion reactors that are coupled. They're coupled directly to the engines, right? And then the fusion, a byproduct of the fusion reaction generates an inert gas. It could generate xenon, it could generate krypton, it could generate whatever. And you have a fusion tap-off cycle here, feeding your solar electric propulsion. Now, the crazy thing is that exists. Not exist, like, theoretically that's possible. You could do that if we figure out fusion. You know, there's the whole, oh, it's coming in 20 years. Yeah, sure it is. Okay, sure it is. Where's the slip space drive? I don't know, Dean. I have no idea. We're gonna have to go deep into the Halo lore to figure that out. I would assume it's somewhere amidships. You probably don't want that thing coming near. You probably don't want that thing. Probably want it pretty armored, right? It recoups a lot of its expended electricity. Combined with the inert gas, you have a very efficient engine. Yeah, Blue, this is actually a really good design. Like, and I wouldn't throw it past Bungie doing the research. Those guys were, from what I understand, the developers of Bungie were a bunch of huge nerds. Like, huge nerds, right? Does the reactor have any cooling required that can go under or above it? Because that would explain the offset. Well, Dapper, in order to do that, based off of what the logic that we have here, we'd have to figure out some type, it has to have some type of cooling mechanism. The only way, so fusion generates a lot of heat. A lot of heat. It generates an insane amount of energy in the form of heat. Now, what you do with that heat energy, I don't know. We can figure it out. You have to drive a turbine and you can make electricity. You can make gigawatts of electricity in space. But you still have to bleed off all the heat. So there needs to be a radiator array somewhere here. And I don't really see it. The only other thing that they... Unless there's some kind of crazy physics tech that we don't know about, right? It could be some abstraction. You're going to have to figure out a way to dump the heat. TIE fighters, twin ion engines. Yeah, exactly, from Star Wars. Same idea. Unless the slip space drive requires its own reactor. 1.21 gigawatts. Yeah. Great Scott. So there needs to be some type of cooling mechanism here. That's the thing. Cooling stuff in the vacuum is really hard because of thermal transfer in a vacuum is very difficult. Bleeding off heat in space is tough. You know, you think that space is really, really cold. It's not. It's nothing. If you have something in space that's generating a lot of heat, that heat has nowhere to go but other than soaking into the vehicle. Here's the real pain in the butt about space. Even if you have a spacecraft that's like ice cold, right? And you make it up there and it's made out of metal, the second it gets into the sun, it's going to start absorbing heat. It's really easy to absorb heat in space, and it's very difficult to get rid of it in space. Weird, huh? Yeah, spaceflight works like that. So, long story short, to keep this thing cool, we would need some type of radiation. Like, there needs to be some type of radiator on the ship. I don't see anything like that. However, there are passive cooling arrays in real-life aerospace engineering. There is. That's not helpful, Google. I don't need to search and have it just go right into my history. So, the vacuum engine. And a lot of in-space vacuum engines do this. Obviously, a rocket engine is extremely hot, right? This is a passive cooling system here. That nozzle, see the nozzle's glowing? It's hot. But it glows in a very specific way that thermally radiates heat through light. It uses what's called black body radiation. This is pretty well documented in spaceflight, so it glows. Now, that's its cooling system. That's how the nozzle stays cool, because there's no way to convect the heat. There's no air up there to exchange heat with you, right? There's no way to cool off. So they radiate heat through light, because remember I just told you, you can absorb light in space, and that light generates heat. You can do the reverse of that. NASA figured this out in the, well, Skylab. So in the 70s, NASA figured that out. You could, if you can absorb light, you can shed light. So just make things glow. Put all your heat into something that can glow, and when it glows, it'll radiate heat through through infrared. So yeah, basically glowing is what thermally radiates the heat. The ISS has thermal radiators on it that do exactly that. They glow. Yeah, weird, huh? Smart. It's a really smart idea. Now, let's go back to our Pillar of Autumn footage. You see anything glowing here? Anything glowing? Not really. So I don't think they thought about that. They're nerds, but I don't think they were giga nerds like we are. But then again, they did make Halo. You have to be pretty nerdy to make a game like this. Yeah, those are, see those? Those are definitely ion engines. I don't see nothing glowing. So, if I had to guess, if I had to put my finger on it, I'll bet you the thrust vector pedals are your radiators. That's how I would do this. If I had a fusion reactor and was able to launch stuff into space. The pedals here, you just like the nozzle, just like SpaceX, right? Just like any upper stage engine, you'd radiate through the nozzle, because that's the hottest part, obviously. Nothing glowing, but they're in atmosphere. That's right. Yeah, Felix, that's a really good point. That's a good point, dude. Why do those have to be ion engines? Why can't they be plasma engines like in The Expanse? They don't look like plasma engines. Well, then again, I don't know what a plasma engine looks like. I don't know what the exhaust from a plasma engine would look like, Dean. Passive radiation is not good enough for a fusion reactor. Well, yeah, that's a good point. That it might be enough for the engines, but not for the reactors, interestingly enough. All right, well, let's shelve that for a second. Let's take a look at the thrusters, right? So let's try to take a look at the thrusters when the ship is more or less just hovering, right? Let's back it up a little bit. So all engines have thrust vector control here, obviously, because they're all moving, they're all gimbaling, right? The booster packs are gimbaling. So these ones are tilted out, taking a higher cosine loss on thrust because they're not pointed right through the center. They're offset from the force of gravity, and they're obviously offset from the center of gravity of the ship to create a yaw. Well, not a yaw. It creates a strafe here. But if we look at these engines, we can pretty much figure out exactly where the center of gravity is, because those engines are pointed. They're just pointed. Obviously, they're trying to impart a forward momentum because they're tilted backwards. But if you can see, those ones are at a slightly different angle than the other ones. Right there would probably be our best bet at figuring out where the ship's center of gravity is. I figured it out. The fusion process would produce helium. That would be the inert gas for thrust. Expelling it would cool it down, solve both problems. Yeah, it makes sense, Trey. I mean, yeah. I'm not sure if expelling it... I mean, helium is an excellent heat conductor. So if your reactors were generating helium, you could have it in an open loop coolant. You could have an open loop coolant system and just vent it overboard. That would work. There's actually things... Well, there was things that would try to do something like that. Closed loop helium cooling systems. That was something that a company called Reaction Engines Limited was working on before they went belly up the other day. That was like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, they were using helium cooling loops. Fun fact, they made the radiators for Mercedes in Formula One. Yeah. Yeah, that, you remember how the low profile side pods? Yeah, that car sucked. Helium is really hot after fusion, so if the helium doesn't reach critical mass, right? If helium doesn't reach critical mass as a byproduct of your fusion process, you can make it absorb more heat. Sure to call them Mercediators. Yep. His up 85 months. Are you done yet with the cruiser? No. Or are you done shutting up? Got him. So, even if these engines are tilted to impart forward momentum, you got to kind of extrapolate where your center of thrust would end up being between your propulsion here and your propulsion here. Hang on. Want to start talking about Sunday? No, I do not. Okay, so they throttle up the engines here. All engines are throttled. Obviously, the majority of your thrust is coming from here at this point to generate forward momentum. These ones are just holding you up until you can generate enough thrust to overcome gravity, right? That's I'll add that is a very efficient way to do this. You'd probably want your booster thrusters to point the vehicle up a little bit more, but because of that same cosine loss problem that I was telling you about here. But with enough thrust, a banana could fly. Or not a banana, a steam engine could fly right. A banana-shaped steam engine could fly. You know what I'm trying to say. All right, so between all these engines obviously don't produce as much thrust as those, but it's enough to keep the ship up, but only for a short period of time while your engines throttle up. Most of your thrust is coming from here, so I would probably put the center of thrust somewhere in this area right here, and it's pointed that way. The reason why it's pointed down like that is because if you average the thrust coming from these and the thrust coming from these, and you get a thrust vector. That thrust vector obviously is pointing through the center of gravity. Because if it wasn't pointing through the center of gravity, the ship would flip over, like I was telling you about. So which way is the ship translating? The ship's obviously moving more forward at this point. And jettisoning one side of boosters before the other side would make the ship roll. Just, once again, it's an animation. I know. It just looks cool. I get it. So the ship's moving this way. Actually, it's moving slightly up. So that would put our thrust vector somewhere around here, which means the center of gravity... The center of gravity, taking into account that your engines are probably heavier than all the open space for the meat bags to walk around in the front. It's probably... Let's go over here. let's go in here, and we'll make a curve tool. So that straight line right there will we'll center pivot that line. That straight line right there will represent our thrust vector. That's where the center of thrust is coming from, more or less, from the cutscene, okay? So I would say maybe right there, give or take. Do you guys... Hey, Urban, what's going on? I'm doing just fine. Trying to figure out where the center of gravity is on this ship so I can figure out where the reactors are placed. We're using the cutscene from Reach of the ship taking off with its boosters. I know it's an animation. It's not a physical simulation, but I'm trying to extrapolate entirely where the center of gravity on the ship is. Because we're running into an issue. The drawing in the game seems to have one reactor, or the cross section here seems to have one reactor in front of the other. Give me 1 second. I'll show you. Just want to put the music back on. Let's go there. All right. So if this thing right here represented our center of gravity of the ship, right? This thing puts the center of gravity right there. We just go back to that cutscene. I want to watch it again. Maybe we're all wrong about the direction of the offset. Maybe the bottom reactor needs to be way forward. Well, I'm thinking about this for a second. Yeah, that line needs to be over here somewhere. Now, if we had offset reactors like that, we would have a slight shift up because there's more engine up here, or there's more something up here to bridge the reactor. Like, obviously, this is going to be, it's a longer assembly, right? So you're going to have a slight upward bias here if this is the case, right? And then you also have your MAC up here. So we'd have an upward bias slightly this way, but the Pillar of Autumn also has extra engines down the bottom here, implying that you have a higher center of... Having more engines down here, implying that the center of mass has a downward shift. Oof, that's... Yeah, see, this is what I mean. It's just an animation. There's no way to discern it. Bottom reactor and slip drive parallel and forward to offset the engines on the top. Yeah, that's right. That's right, Felix. If the slip space drive is right here, that explains your offset to the cannon and everything. Yeah, it would have to be right here. It seems like the chemical engines are doing the bulk of the thrust. Right now until they throttle the engines up, right? That's doing the majority of lifting until the engines start going, right? Dude. Okay, I get it. It's a video game, I understand. You know how much thrust you need to make a skyscraper move like that? You gotta remember, the Pillar of Autumn is longer than the Burj Dubai is tall. It's way longer, and it's way bigger. It's 3 Nimitz-class carriers long, any unit but the metric system. You need to generate an insane amount of thrust to do that, to make that ship go up and not have... because you're taking a gigantic... Like I said, you're taking a gigantic cosine loss here. Yeah, to be able to accelerate a ship like that fast, that's nuts. How many starships is that? Dude... The diameter, we actually measured, believe it or not. And see those little auxiliary boosters here? The little auxiliary boosters right there? That's the diameter of Starship. Those little guys. The little guys that are inside of the engines. Those little guys have a 9-meter diameter. I measured it on the model. Yeah, that is a super heavy diameter. Starship super heavy? The whole stack probably goes from the end of the engines to maybe here. Maybe. The whole stack. Yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
The bottom blue, or the bottom reactor needs to go backwards a little bit. I can't move it further back. Well, Dean, I can move it a little further back, but once again, you have, see what I mean? I think its home is around the most amount of armor plating. I'm pretty sure the lower reactor is right there. Because if you look at how the ship is set up, right? See the angle right there? And this big bulk of armor plating right there? Shielding your lower reactor. I'm pretty sure that's its home. It can't be where it is in the cross-section model. The cross-section model doesn't show the lower reactor, first of all. Hey, Phone Sister, 62 months. It only shows the top reactor. And the top reactor looks like it's way forward. It looks like it's up here somewhere. I think those tiny boosters in each big engines are used to expel the excess helium gas. Trey, that actually makes sense. If those things are shooting out helium against the pedals will radiate, your thrust vector flaps will radiate the heat. It makes sense, dude. They'll conduct the heat and then they'll radiate it off passively, but that doesn't make sense if you're expelling the helium to begin with. But they could expel the helium as somewhat of an afterburner, right? Like, once again, it's all theoretically possible. You could do that. You just need to figure out that whole fusion thing. I want to figure out where that cross-section came from. Yeah, Trey. Holy taps, this is all the reference that I've accumulated, dude. I swear we're playing Satisfactory. I just needed to... figure out. I just really want to find the source for that cross-section picture, you know? Where did this picture come from? I know you're argumenting a case, but I think it's just better with symmetrical and identical engines because of the production lines and chain. Also, they'd make for a better factory spacing in a game sense. Yeah, Matamu, this is the kind of stuff I'm thinking about. Like, I'll offset them if I have a good reason, but we do got to think about our needs for this. But what I'm trying to do, dude, if you want to create a cool... If we want to... I don't just like using artistic license arbitrarily. Be like, oh, we don't know how this is made, so I'm going to figure out how it's made. So I'm just going to make it my way. No, I don't want to do that. I want to try to make it work with what we've been able to figure out. Wait a minute. I have an interesting idea. Maybe we're not thinking about this exactly right. How about I put... Well, all right. I just thought of something. All right, I just thought of something. Here. So, these engines are offset. I know they're offset because my center of thrust, right? My center of thrust line is on the center line for the ship, right there. And look at the distance. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 meters to the rim of the top engine, and only 5 meters to the rim of the bottom engine. That suggests, because these are your primary forms of thrust, right? And these both presumably make the same amount of power because they're redundant, right? That suggests that your center of thrust is somewhere here. It'd be here, 7.5, because it was 10 up, 5 down, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.5. That's where our center of thrust is, right? Now, let's look at the back of the ship. Okay, so those are symmetrical, but those aren't on our center line. They're not on the center line for the main engines. Those are on the center line for the ship. So those being on the center line and the engines being slightly offset would bring this down a little bit. It would bring it right there. And then you get into these things down here being further away from the horizontal center line of the ship. That would give you more pitching moment, right? So that would move your center of thrust down a little bit more, right? And it would also angle it a little bit. Like that. Now, taking into account that these things probably have vectorable nozzles, you have vectorable nozzles there. These smaller supplementary engines, the tertiary engines, don't seem to. I don't see them move. Those ones definitely do, right? You could take into account your slight offset like that. You want to be more Lord of the Rings movies, not the TV show. Sure. Honestly wondering if... Give me 1 second. I gotta check. I want to check something here. I'm trying to figure out if there's a way to average the position between two nodes in Maya, so I can make something, we could make a tool, a custom tool in Maya that works pretty much similar in function to the center of thrust tool in the SPH and Kerbal. I'm not sure if we have anything out of the box that can average like that. We would find this in rigging. Constrain. Yeah, that could do it. I'm sure we could use a target constraint or an aim constraint to get that right. I just forgot how to use them. We can eyeball it. I'm thinking, dudes. I'm thinking. Give me a second. We're in a deep dive right now. I think offset reactors look cool. I've decided the Mac gun up here being a heavy barrel for a rail gun, the magazine for it, if you look at this cross section, it makes sense. Like maybe I'm trying to convince myself, dudes, but look. All right, if you look at the top of hull segment 4, a lot of it is hollow. It's hollow on the model too. Let's go into our perspective view here and look. Hull segment 4 has deep cutouts in it, right? It has deep cutouts. Like you can see through the ship. See what I'm talking about? This whole thing here. Now that's for the VLS, or quote unquote VLS, because there's only world directional orientation or ship directional orientation in space, right? Vertical missiles. See the missile tubes right there? Because you have these cutouts, the cutout in hull segment 4 right here for the missile arrays, and obviously you have your MAC cannon in there. See, I did a little mock-up of where the cannon should be, right? Because you have the railgun there and it's hollowed out up here, that suggests that they're trying to shift. And once again, I know it's all artistic license. I'm trying to talk myself through it. They jettisoned a bunch, they needed to get rid of a bunch of mass up here because the ship was too top heavy, so to speak. Meaning your center of gravity on the ship would have been up here if hull segment 4 on the top matched hull segment 4 on the bottom. Now hull segment 4 down here looks way bulkier. obviously. It's way bulkier. That's where the majority of your crew is, right? The Pillar of Autumn is a carrier ship. Halcyon, well, it's a cruiser, but it carries Marines. It has a Marine complement, and obviously the Spartans and all the crew to run the ship, right? They're below decks. They're on level, or they're on below decks here. So the upper levels up here seem to be hollowed out. And if they're trying to be lighter up here, that suggests that if it was full, that your center of gravity would be up here somewhere, which explains our engine offset on the back, right? And because they hollowed it out, that brings your center of gravity in line here. Couple that with the bulkier parts of hull segment 4 down here for all your crew complement and stuff. Now keep in mind, all the places where people go, that's mostly hollow space because it's hallways and stuff. The humans, all the people on board, don't be the problem there. But if we can just go one further and figure out where the translight engine is, so your warp drive in Halo, if we can figure out where that is, and I'm gonna go ahead and guess that it's probably, if we're dealing with offset reactors, your warp drive's probably right in between them. Like that. In the most armored part of the ship. It's probably right there. So it can tap into power from both reactors equidistantly. That actually explains your reactor offset pretty dang well. And then your main engineering bay would be right next to the translight drive. So your main engineering would be right here, next to your missile tubes. I don't know why you'd put your missile tubes next to engineering. You generally don't want to keep explosive things next to things that make energy, that explode making energy, but whatever. Synergies. Okay. Nova's design is very different, dude. Interesting.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey G, 35-month resub. Okay, let's just do a little small extra dive here. Those are your translight engines here. The FDL from the Spirit of Fire loaded aboard a transport. Now that's a translight engine. This is from Halo Reach. That is a small engine from a frigate, if I'm remembering right. That's a health pack. That's a Marine. That's the MA5B. Pillar of Autumn would not have a small version of these. It would have the bigger one. That's the one from the Spirit of Fire. Spirit of Fire is a much bigger ship. That's the one from the frigate. Okay. I'm just trying to see the size of one of these things and where they would end up in the ship. Now, it's very clear that the thing is removable, obviously. From lore, you can remove it. You could, both times they were able to quickly remove the drive. I know there was a reason for that. It was explained in Fall of Reach. There has to be an access path. Well, see, Trey, look. In my ship design, I already have a vehicle corridor here. We know that there's a vehicle corridor between the hangar bays. We made it already. And if that vehicle corridor leads to the hangar bays, if you keep going back, extrapolating the position of that corridor, it leads right to the center between the reactors where your missile loading arrays are. So you could bring missiles in through the cargo bays and they could go back to their arrays. And you could bring slip space engines in and out through the hangar bays. Makes sense? Yeah, so... yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and guess that it's probably equidistant from the reactors so they can generate the most amount of power. So the slip space drive is equidistant between these two reactors. Okay. Yeah, right, Jack? If all else fails, throw your reactor at him and cut the ship in half in a gigantic warp sphere. Screw it. Okay. Guys, see what I mean? All of this is kind of coming together. It makes a lot of sense. And, like I said, we're figuring out positions of things. Yeah, I'd say the reactors are offset. I think we've pretty conclusively proved that. Or, if they're not, we've come up with a really good case for it. So if people ask me why, and I will get asked, if people ask me why I'm offsetting them, there's your reason. They seem to be offset from what I can tell. I'd say the biggest tell with this, the biggest giveaway, is that the engines are offset. Your main engines aren't lined up with the ship's center axis. See? That one's shifted up higher, which that makes the most amount of sense. You'd offset it if... and you have those engines down there. You have these supplementary engines down the bottom. The asymmetrical nature of the thrust on the blue axis here, on this axis, the asymmetric thrust, it pretty much explains that. I mean, you don't even need to look at the thing taking off, but even taking it off suggested a bias, a slight bias higher. And that, once again, the ship being hollowed out right there explains this pretty dang well. So either I'm reaching like crazy just to justify the offset reactor design, or Bungie actually put a great deal of thought into this. I'm gonna go ahead and guess it's probably the first one. But, whatever. My ship. Creative license. Let's go. You yearn for the lore. That's right, Yuri. Alright, so. Let's just make sure that we know exactly where these things are. That one, I know, is lined up with your engines, and it's definitely the center line of this reactor is right on the frame between hull segment 5 and 4, right? We know exactly where that is. There's our center line for the engine. We have to find an intersection point. That is the back of hull segment 4. Oh. I eyeballed that. That's pretty good. That's your center point. Welcome to the center point of Reactor 2. Now, what we gotta do is go down here like this. Reactor 2, maybe the upper one is Reactor 2. Creative license. Now when we go to place the reactor core, here you go. Yeah, that's right, Kilroy. That's a really good point. Cool. Cool. It looks like a demon core. The demon! Sneaky, the demon! Demon! Kill me or release me, parasite. But do not waste my time with talk. Hey, relax. We probably don't want to piss this thing off. Demon! Oh, press. This is the GPU Justice Task Force. We're investigating multiple reports from your GPU regarding severe workload. No, it's fine. It's operating within the nominal. Everything's fine here. Situation normal. We're all fine here now. We got a GPU reactor leak. Oh, press. Very serious. Just give us a couple minutes to lock it down.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, how warm is my office? When I came in here before we started playing, it was 70 degrees in here. Yeah, okay, cool, sweet. Please say your GPU isn't water cooled if it's at that temperature. No, GPUs are air-cooled on both my computers. Don't worry, guys. If it really becomes an issue, and I have it up, I have the monitoring software up. If it becomes an issue, I open the door. And my garage is cold because there's no HVAC in there. It's just insulated. So we'll just put some heat into the garage. I have two PCs running, Jen. Yeah, one of them is streaming, the other one is gaming. And what you see on this screen is my gaming computer on a capture card. Garage heat sink. Bingo. There's plenty of things to sink heat into the garage. Don't worry. Like a big steel truck. So if I open that, when I open, here, we'll do a little test. Remind me in 10 minutes. 78 Fahrenheit in here when I open the door. You want to see how quickly this thing exchanges heat? Watch. Just drop the ambient temperature if you want it to work more efficiently. How clean are your GPU heat sinks? I keep them pretty clean. D and I clean them out every couple of months. Yeah, Baz, we got it. All right. While that's going on, while we're doing our little test there, we got our spot for Reactor 2. So Reactor 2 layer, set that to a transparency so that doesn't move. So I can't select it anymore. That's its position. Now, get the positional ruler, our friend, the positional ruler, get one of the locators, invert snap to right there, and then vert snap to right there. That'll get us the diameter. 108. Yeah. So 108, so we have a 54 meter radius. Let's go back over here. Yeah, at least you don't need to run a heater in your room. Yeah, there you go. All right, so the first thing we got to figure out is how far forward are we going here? How much of the octogrid do we need to cut out? That's 40, so we need 14, which would give us a 54 radius. Oh, not that bad. So we can cut that one. Get rid of that one. Probably that one, and probably that one. Is there a timeline for this project? I wanted to get it done by Christmas, Opress. I don't think we're going to. It'll probably take me a little ways into 2025 to get this done, but I'm going to. I want to do it. I want to show what this thing can do. You forgot the offset from the sphere's real center. I'm guessing 10 or so meters. I absolutely did not, Matabu. Oh, yes, I did. You're right. You're right, I did. You're right, 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 you're right. Yep. You're bloody well right. Yep, nope, you're right. I'm wrong. So from this point right here, we have a 5-meter beam in there and a 4-meter pillar frame. So we need to do 54 minus 9, which would give us 45. There you go. Yeah, Dean, that's what Matamu was saying. Yeah, you guys are right. I'm incorrect. I don't think we I don't think I deleted too much of the cores. I'm pretty sure it's fine. I said it first though, not the silly Twitcher. Hey, don't dump on Matamu. Matamu's alright. Hey, guys, I don't mind. I just want to, just on a side note, I just want to point out that I don't mind you guys backseating me like that. If I make a mistake, let me know, please. One mistake, getting one of these stupid beams wrong and not taking into account all the right measurements can severely screw this project up. Like, really badly. Now, this piece right here, these pieces are only there for, those are there for placement of the octosphere. So you know what? We really don't need them there. Get rid of them. Backseat Gaming. EJ, please build a Halcyon class cruiser. Okay. Now, I took some power away, so to supplement it, we gotta go back here. And I'll wire us up some power. We'll bring electricity into the demon core. Time of talk. Hey, relax. We don't want to piss this thing off. Demon! The demon! Sorry. I'm probably gonna have a plaque on the ship, Kilroy, of everybody that helped me, like, tremendously on this project. But yeah, we could build quarters for all the biggest contributors. Like Raiden, if that guy's around. Raiden's definitely getting a spot. He's probably getting a commissioned officer room. For real. Because Raiden is over on the YouTube chat. He's not, I don't think he's here right now. He's helped me the most by a long shot. Well, not by a long shot. He's definitely helped the most. You're gonna have a spot for all of Chad the moral support, right? Yeah, it's called the bathroom. Yeah. Yeah, specifically the toilet. No, it's the, yeah, probably. Damn! Sorry. Thank you for bringing power, my butt cheeks. Thank you. Hey, Dean, calm your butt cheeks. Oh, that's not right, bud. Are you gonna bring the Titans on the ship? Yes, eventually. The Titans are gonna be in my personal quarters. I am the captain of the ship. Captain Keys. Good to see you, Master Chief. Things aren't going well. But we really never stood a chance. One of the last sets was 4, not 5. You sure, man? Yeah, that one. I see a W. Thank you. EJ, thermodynamics makes my brain hurt. Yes. I'm looking, so the default shape, guys, for the beams, see how it has that kind of like white outline right there at the end? The default shape is 4 meters. So I'm holding up the beam, kind of the beam placement thing against my beam that I already have. See right there? I know that one's 5 meters because, see what I'm saying? That's how I'm kind of going around the horn and double checking myself. Okay, good. All right, so let's go up 40, right? And then up 5. I think I fixed all of them, Dean. Nah, we'll just say BP. Is there a layout where we can center the text? Yeah, there we go. But the latrine, yeah, out of order. Ah, even in the future, nothing works. Is that one? Yeah, okay. So we gotta go. Oh. Center web right here. I'll add the 5s later. It's important to be very careful with the placement here because of how I kind of designed this. Hey Chaz, what's going on, buddy? Music goes way too hard. It's awesome, dude. I love Halo music. I don't know, dude. As the kids would say, I like the Halo music because it locks me in. I don't think kids say that, but they do say lock me in. The Halo music is music it just clicks in my head. Especially the epic Halo music. I'm like, when I'm working, it's good music to have in the background. Locks you in. As the white kids would say on the internet, what are those? Read what Dean said. Stop! Those only need to be 39 meters. It's not, yeah. You're right. Oh, damn. Yeah, because we have 4 and 2, so we gotta take 7 away from 49, or 45. So 38, not 30, 38, right? Hey, easy. No harm, no foul. Follow. What is the room temperature now? Has it been 10 minutes? 6 away from, yeah, it's 6, yeah, you're right, it's 6 away from 45. So yeah, 39. $10 degrees in 10 minutes. I can exchange the heat pretty well. That means that that one is incorrect too. So get rid of that, get rid of that. Yeah, that's right. Thanks, guys. And that's what I mean about just looking over my shoulder. Please do. 39. You know what I'm thinking about doing, guys? And this would kind of suck because it means that the work that I just did wouldn't. Yeah. It takes a fair bit of extra time. To, you know, if we just make it 40, you just look down there somewhere and it'll make it 40. But you have to dial in 39. What I might do is just make these ones.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Like, see, it takes probably an extra 10, 20 seconds per beam. Maybe a little less than. Yeah, it's not too bad. I'm just trying to figure out a way to optimize. Hey, Pigeon. What's going on, buddy? The booster transport stay-in is waiting right near the Mega Bay, just for your knowledge. Nah, dude, keep me updated. I appreciate that. You only have to do the 39-meter beams 4 times. Yeah. You think Ship 34 might be getting a cryo, spin prime, satisfactory, spin prime, cryo test. Wild Rule 8 Day, has it been bad in chat? No one has mentioned anything until you did. Sorry, man. No one mentioned nothing until you said something. Okay, next level. So, just to confirm, these go back to 45, right? Keep it that way? Why? You don't want to join the United States? You don't want to be annexed, King? Shame. I'm just kidding, dude. That's probably not what you're talking about, but like I said, interesting times. At least it isn't boring. I know most people want boring. Me too, but you get what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to be funny. I'm trying to make you laugh. Jesus. Get all bent out of shape. PJ has disciplined chat like no other. Dude, I don't want to waste your time with that. I'll make a couple of jokes here and there and then just move on. Korea? Oh, yeah, well, that guy's probably just mad that he got a new Rocket Man, you know? He's not the Rocket Man anymore. He's probably just bumming about that. See, one joke, then I'm done. One joke. These ones are 40 Mihai, and then I have to add 5 to them. The reason why is I had to offset these pillar frames here because there's no way in hell I was gonna be able to place the beams correctly with them that close. So I had to extend these down a little bit so I could attach correctly. Like, okay, take a look. You see that triangle that we inadvertently made right there? That allows me to put my reticle on the center of that beam so I can get the correct attachment point. Now, I had to extend the lower frames down, right? I had to extend them down to get the triangle. We had to make them an extra 6 meters. Let's see. See the triangle right there? Select the center of the beam, and that allows me to place the beam at the angle. We vented enough heat. I'm starting to get cold. 34 still doesn't have lower flaps. All right, so now we just got to do... Oh. We have run into another problem. They need to be 5. What we need to do is attach pillar frames here. Pillar frames are only 4. Because we don't have the game can't figure out the beam directional orientation here. So I have to go around the horn here and then make a 1 meter beam off the end of each one of these pillar frames. Like that. Oof. The tedium. Raina, do you ever sleep? Hey, sleep, whatever. You sleep later, okay? Alright, next row. It's way easier to build them here because they're nice and spread out. Improper placement detected. Yeah, Ruin, this is the reactor. Or at least the shell. Is that crazy or what? It looks like a 1950s chandelier. How close are you to the render limit? I have no idea. I don't think we're close. How's this not melted down by now? I'm venting my computers into the garage where it's really cold. If this was in the summertime, Geek, yeah, this would probably be an issue. I'd probably need, we would definitely surpass the air conditioner's heat, but thankfully it is freaking freezing outside, so I can just open the door. Are you doing this to make a much larger sphere? That's correct. Yes, Chess, that is the reason. Co-worker of yours had a gas leak, so the fire department shut off his gas, which is his heat. And the plumber can't come till tomorrow. He's running benchmarks on his PC to stay warm. That's fair. Hey, pretty good space heater, dude. I thought you were recreating Sputnik. Yes. Bolshoi Sputnik. Da, Bolshoi. Ogromny Sputnik. Yes, normalno. Yeah. Doga? Is that how you say that? You know what? Let's just attach all the pillar frames. It is Nuparuski. Dog. Peter saying in Paris would not mein Freund. Good night, man. Look at this freaking thing. You gotta be kidding me. This kind of tedium reminds me of the days working on the Ford alternator rebuild assembly line. Rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. Yeah. Rebuild coils, man. See, Pete, you know, something that I figured out, dude, I'm good at tedium. I could work on a line and just do the same thing over and over again. It doesn't bother me. Like mining in Minecraft? Yeah, pretty much. YouTube strike last night's stream? I haven't gotten a notification yet, but sometimes it takes a couple days for people to be money grubbing pieces of crap. I accidentally played Michael Jackson during Space News yesterday because NASA had it on one of their posts. Now that you have made the wireframe, how are you going to make the outer plating of the reactor? I don't know. Dean, I'll probably just fill it in with beams. Yeah, probably fill it in with beams. I've actually thought of a way to optimize this process too. So check it out. If we, in the subassembly for the reactor, if we do that, if we extend every bit out to this, every beam only needs to be 39, and you save yourself a ton of time. Instead of adding the extra 5, you add it into the subassembly, or the blueprint. So when we go to make reactor 2, I'm going to make that change to it, and it's, yeah, we're going to save tons of time that way. It depends on how much of it was detected. How many beams a minute are you making, and into how many depots? I have level 3 dimensional depot. It can hold 3 stacks of beams. But I usually just go down to my steel plant. That I have a very basic steel plant, LazyCon, because I'm not going to be able... I can't really... Unless I'm using sub-assemblies, like a lot of big sub-assemblies, I can't really match the production rate of even the smallest steel plant. Like, I can't place beams fast enough. We will probably run out of steel. But I'll run out of steel on my person, but I'm not sure that at the rate that I'm building beams, that it's enough to overcome the feed rate of the dimensional depot. It might be. When you change the blueprint, change it so it is 40 long. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good idea. That would make this thing a lot easier to make, dude. Actually, Scooby, what might be a good idea? Oh, Dean, you did just say that, and yep, no, you said it. You said it before Scooby-Doo did. I have timestamps on both chats. Yeah. We only need to make 2. I'm thinking. How I want this, and this would help me make a shell for the reactor, is to have these on the end. So make it so the beam needs to be 44, right? So we need to go 40 out and then attach this, which is 4 meters long. Having these on the end will make it easier to build the reactor shell. And it'll look cool. Like I could put, when we build out the reactor, I could put lights on the end of this and have a bunch of lines shining on the core. You know what I mean? And make it, we can make it look like a tokamak. We can make it look like a giant tokamak. I think it's a tokamak. No, a stellarator. Nope, definitely not a stellarator. I can make it look like that. We can make it look like a tokamak. I could do this. Oh. Oh, don't worry about it. I'm thinking. Give me a second. Okay. 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 I got an idea. Yeah, I got an idea. Maybe it might work. Okay. I'm gonna log that one up there. No, I'm not telling you what it is. Hey, Alexis. What's up, buddy? So interested in seeing us. Oh, yeah, do all the armor plating and skinning it? Yeah. I got an idea. LazyCon, I haven't... The idea that's basically in my head is to just butt the beams together to make texture. To make the outer armor. That's probably the best way to do it. That would take an insane amount of time. I might be able to figure out blueprints. And we might be able to use walls on like vertical components, which would help break up texture. It would actually look pretty good. But yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking. Yeah, that could probably do it. How difficult was it to make the center sphere? It wasn't difficult to make it. It was difficult to figure out how to make it. I basically made one of my circles like that. I made a circle, and then I placed it on a foundation in the blueprint printer, and then placed because you can rotate the foundations in 5-degree increments. So I placed one, put a foundation underneath, put a foundation on top of that, rotated the foundation, placed the next one, deleted it, rotated the foundation again, placed the next one, placed the next one, placed the next one, until we have enough to make a sphere. Hey, Victory.
Go and throttle up.
Didn't you want to have the pillar frames on the end? Should the beams on the top, the bottom, most rows be 35 and then have a frame on the end? That was... Dean, that was for a subassembly optimization. If you're talking about retrofitting this one, I'm not entirely sure we have to. You might be right, like having to change those to match the rest of these, but this might not be the final design, guys. I might delete this, even though it took some time. You know, you sacrifice your time to figure out good optimization here. But see, we wouldn't know until we actually go and do the damn thing, you know? I should have probably just built a reactor housing down on the dock down there, but it's okay. But I decided to build it up here inside of the ship because if it did come out right the first time, then you're halfway done already. So. Oops. I forgot to do a row of these. No wonder the top looked funny. Almost done. It's the OLM in the banner. That's weird. Is that a joke or something? The spherical miracle. Were you thinking of the NIF implosion core earlier? We used... Yeah, probably. one for a Christmas ornament. We'll find a way to 3D print it. One of the reactor housings. Almost done. Two more rows. These ones aren't going to take as long because they're closer together. How close do you have to be to power for the hover pack to work? 50 meters, I think. It's either 50 or 40. I don't know. And that's a guess, dude. I'm not sure. Hey, Nova.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
What element is known for its medicinal properties? Heal IUM.
All right. Pretty cool. Talk about exploded view. It looks like you made a freeze frame of the explosion. Yeah. Oh, jeez. We gotta build another one up there. But once again, the second one shouldn't be nearly as difficult. Hey, Cody. Thanks for that Prime sub, man. I appreciate it. Are you confused by this, or...? Yeah, not too sure what's going on. Oh, well, thank you for letting me know. I'm building a reactor, so I'm building a gigantic spaceship, and I want the spaceship to be my factory. So, if you build the reactor cores for the spaceship and then put your electrical power generation in there, I think that would be pretty cool. So, the thing is that the ship that I'm building is sci-fi, right? It's science fiction. There's a picture of it. It's from Halo, if you know. And the reactors have giant spherical containment vessels. I'm trying to build the spherical containment vessel because I want to build my factory inside of a spaceship. Why? I don't know. I like spaceships. Sounds confusing. Thanks. Oh, yeah, my pleasure. Nah, this is cool as hell. Thanks for the hours of entertainment. Yeah, no problem, dude. All good. I'm just happy you guys watch. I wouldn't... Here comes this field. I wouldn't be able to do it without all your support. Well, that's true. Like, everybody says that stuff for a reason. And I genuinely mean it. Like, I'm willing to put myself through the ringer with projects like this for your entertainment. So, you guys being here, keeping me company while I'm literally frying my brain with geometry and stuff, it actually means a lot to me. I do appreciate it. Thank you for watching. You know, like, you don't even have to sub, dude. If you give me the time, that means a lot. I don't take that lightly. You know? So, thank you. You're making a washing machine. Fusion reactor, Mike's? Close. Yeah, fusion reactor, but, you know, you were close. They both spin. I like things that spin. Fusion reactors don't spin, right? No, they spin plasma. Well, it really depends on the design. There's the one that I showed on the screen a little while back, the tokamak. It's donut shaped, and it spins plasma in a donut shape. Because you need for fusion, you need to use. Okay, I'm not an expert on this, first of all, so just bear with me here. So with fusion generates a ton of heat, a lot of heat, very, very quickly, right? So with fusion, you need a way to contain all of that. Now, like, so what they've kind of come up with is using a magnetic field to contain the heat. That's the idea. So in a tokamak, right, you're generating magnetic field, and a magnetic field is kind of donut shaped. Like if you look at a picture of Earth's magnetic field, it's kind of donut shaped. And a tokamak it spins plasma around in a donut shape. It's trying to keep the plasma contained inside of the magnetic field and then tap off the heat use the heat to make energy. I mean, use the heat energy and convert that to another form of energy, electricity or whatever. But yeah, fusion is very, very hot. Like surface of the sun hot, because guess what? That's what the sun is doing. The sun is a giant fusion power plant. It's, yeah, gigantic. It fuses helium and hydrogen. And that's why you need a magnetic field to contain it, because I don't think there's any... It's not like you're going to put a bunch of thermal protection tiles, like Starship style, on the inside of your reactor core. That's... Yeah, you're not doing anything with the heat. The sun is not too hot, actually, on the surface. Oh. Why, you been there or something, or...? Florida's hotter. Oh, yeah? So, how's everybody's Thanksgiving? Good? Hilling? Good. Yours? Mine was great. Yeah. This is a very tedious process. It was good. Flight 5 happened during it, so it was nice. Oh, yeah, you had that old there Canadian Thanksgiving there, bud. Oh, yeah. I'm sure that was really good. Bringing it around town. Bring it around town. Is this still the reactor portion? Yeah. This is a very tedious process. We can
This is space. I'm in space.
Raptor gifted a sub to ship 26. Dean, time for you to head home. I'll have to watch the VOD of Space News to hear your opinion on NDT not wanting to go to Mars. Yeah, do it, man. Alright, man. Drive safe. See you later. Holy sphere. Don't look at it. Just wait until it's done. It'll look awesome. That's sick, dude. That's so cool. Who knew you could do that? Make that complicated of a shape. Hey, Snagglers. Been thinking through ideal designs for my depot for a reusable architecture in KSP. I considered making a fuel depot second stage, like SpaceX, but I'm not volume constrained. So what makes more sense is a large volume tank with a service module launched as a payload, a big Cygnus. Bigness! Yeah. Everything evolves into Cygnus. It's true. It's all Cygnus. Yeah, bigness. I'm telling you, Cygnus will outlast us all. EJ Sphere Administration. Where does the sphere go, guys? Where does it go? That's right, it goes in the square hole. No, no. Where does the arch go? That's right, it goes in the square hole. That's right, it goes in the cube hole.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Liquid Pooper. 7137. Yeah, you gotta insert room key to protect your floop. No, but do you not insert room key to protect your floop? Do we know how much money a Saturn V launch costs? I know the entire program costs $300 billion. I'd have to go look, Trey. I don't know the number off the top of my head. Yeah, I think adjusted for inflation, it ended up being like $2 billion a launch. That's just a guess, though. Why does SLS cost 2 times more per launch than Saturn V? That's the difference between building for purpose and building because you... Yeah. Building for purpose, a mission-driven design, and a committee-driven design. $2 billion is adjusted for inflation, Elfish. And don't believe that bull snizzle, how people say it's $4 billion a launch. There's no way. Not a chance. 2 billion probably. It's comparable. But you gotta remember, even being comparable is not... That's still pretty bad. SLS should be way cheaper than Saturn V, but we just figured out a way to not do that. But then again, that's what happens when you have a mission-driven design and your mission drives the funding instead of having a design that where, you know, that doesn't do anything. You're trying to figure out what you want it to do. Why did we get rid of Von Braun again? We didn't get rid of them. We didn't get rid of him. He quit. He quit because he thought the space shuttle was a stupid idea. And because he went against the political winds, NASA relegated him to a bureaucratic position at NASA headquarters, and he said, "This is stupid, I'm leaving." And left NASA I think he left NASA in the early 70s. He thought the shuttle was dumb. He thought it was just... No, it makes no sense. And you know what, man? I'm a shuttle nutcase. I agree with him. I agree. If I have the choice between... Like, ain't nobody gonna convince me that... So first of all, Von Braun, you have to kind of, you know... If Dale Earnhardt's going to tell you something about racing a car, you're going to listen. Why? Because he's Dale Earnhardt, all right? Do it for Dale. If Von Braun's saying don't do this, you probably shouldn't do it. Just food for thought. But, I would have taken, if I had the choice in the early 70s, to have NASA keep going with the Apollo program or use the shuttle in terms of cost, I would have selected the Apollo program. I would have said keep going with Apollo. The reason why is because Von Braun knew about the political process. He knew that the Apollo program was an anomaly. It was lightning in a bottle, essentially, you know. And the set of political circumstances for that might not come around again. Right? So he said, well, no, trying to basically have lightning strike twice is not going to work. That's a really stupid thing to do. Why use the space shuttle? We'd have to go engineer the space shuttle. Because we have to go engineer it, the most complicated vehicle ever made, right? You could just keep optimizing the Saturn V and then have the Saturn V eventually try to pursue some type of reusability. That was his idea. And he, you know, that's right. That proved to be correct. It's much easier on your pocketbook if you just build something that works first and then try to make it reusable later than it is to try to build reuse out of the box. Like, look at Starship. And once again, I'm not talking bad about Starship. I love Starship. I really want Starship to work. I'm a huge fan. Starship is trying to, you know, even it's expendable in its early versions, right? Like, it's not trying to do full reuse right out of the box. Took a couple of flights to get us to that point. But that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. You build it into your design as you go because you learn. So yeah, Von Braun, first of all, he's Von Braun. Second of all, dude, he was right. He was correct. Nobody at NASA had the foresight about, you know, space programs as him. It's almost like he's really, you know, he's kind of the guy that invented how to run a integrated space program. Probably should listen to him, but no, we decided we didn't want to do that. Yeah, it wasn't the smartest thing to do, sister. Oh, that's how you do this. I figured it out. Last couple of these I didn't have trouble placing. We place them backwards. I've seen it, Nova. I know we got Von Braun, but who did the Soviets get? Nobody. So we got all the scientists and we got some of the hardware. The Soviets got most of the hardware and a couple of scientists. So Von Braun took a couple of examples of the V2 with him when he surrendered, but he took his entire design team. What the Russians ended up getting is the technical team and the factory that made them. The Russians took Peenemünde and Mittelwerk, where they were building V2s. So the Russians got a lot of hardware, but they didn't get a lot of scientists. What they did get is the people that actually build the stupid things. That's why I have a lot of respect for the father of the Russian space program, Sergei Korolev. I have a lot of respect for that dude because the Soviet Union basically just gave him a bunch of V2 parts and said, hey bro, figure it out. Figure it out or you die. He's like, all right. And then he did. Which is pretty good. It's, What about Glishko? What about him? I don't know, but I'd have to go look it up. I don't really remember. Hey, Raiden, what's the radius on the reactor? 58. Or no, 54, 54. We get A4s that became the Jupiter. Redstone in Jupiter and then eventually Juno. Redstone, so Bumper was the name, was the American name for the A4. What's history? Bumper. They were called Bumper rockets. That was the US designation for the aggregate 4. They didn't want to keep calling it B2, which, yeah, it's probably a good call. So Bumper led to Redstone. Redstone is basically a optimized A4. It's very, very similar. Only it's basically a stretched V2 with slightly different control mechanisms. Then Redstone, and then Jupiter, and then Jupiter C, and then Juno. And then after that came Saturn, Saturn 1, Saturn 1B, Saturn 5. You could work on a SpaceX project, what would it be? Launchpad design. Was Bumper 2-stage? No. No, Snackless. Bumper was... Bumper... Actually, maybe they did put another upper stage on it. It was used to study problems pertaining to two-stage high-speed rockets. The Bumper program launched 8 rockets between 1948 and 1950. The first 6 flights were conducted at White Sands. The 7th, Bumper 8, on July 24th, 1950, was the first rocket launched from Cape Canaveral. Yep. Yeah, so they did. They put a model rocket on top of an A4. Oh, jeez. They basically just put a model rocket on top of it. Kerbal moment. Do they fit on top of each other, or are you going staggered? Oh, Raiden, I had a whole big kind of theory craft about the reactors, dude. We figured out, from as far as we can tell, we figured out that they're staggered. It is a staggered design. There's enough asymmetry built into the design, the Pillar of Autumn, that they're definitely staggered reactors. If not, it's very strange that they wouldn't be. Yeah, I probably spent about 2 hours trying to figure this out. a little bit ago. Here, I'll show you. So, what we basically came up with is that reactor number 2 is down here. The reason why reactor number 2 is down there is because that has the beefiest amount of armor plating. See that? It's basically right on the frame between hull segment 5 and hull segment 4. The top reactor, reactor number 1, is up here somewhere, and it's shifted forward. Well, how do we know? Well, first and foremost, right? Get rid of that. Get rid of that. First and foremost, well, the cross section shows that it is, right? Second of all, we know that the engines are asymmetrical in design, right? We know that they are. We watched, we've sat there, I made them, right? So obviously there's more engines down here, right? There's a couple of extra supplementary engines down here. There's 2 there and 2 there. Other than that, the engine design is mostly similar. Or is it? Look at the center line of the ship. See where this X is right here? That's the exact center axis of the ship. Look at the distance to the top engine to the bottom engine. We knew that it was staggered. We took that into account. Why would you stagger them? Why would you stagger the upper engine higher, right? And then have these to supplement it? Well, that's because this is because your center of mass is offset one way or the other. It's offset high or offset. You'd use this to offset a higher center of gravity, but you could have these for supplementary pitch moment or something. I don't know, right? Maybe it's just extra thrust, right? Because these firing, if all the engines are firing at 100%, it's going to want to make the ship go up, right? So I got to thinking here. That being offset and these engines down on the nacelles here would mean that you're trying to compensate for a bigger reactor up here. Not a bigger reactor, for the offset. It kind of makes it, you're kind of compensating for the, whatever, longer engine, bigger reactor, I don't know, pick one, right? You're compensating for it. Basically the asymmetrical engines explain the offset reactor design. The other thing that I noticed is that hull segment 4. We were talking about these cutouts yesterday. There's not a lot of meat up here. See, because you have your vertical launch array, you have your VLS, and you have your turrets and stuff. There ain't a lot of meat up here. There's plenty of it down here. This is big and bulky. That is hollow, right? 1, because the Mac is there, right? But 2, you need to build more mass into the lower parts of the design to make up for the fact that you have offset reactors. So it does make sense. It makes sense that they'd be staggered because the ship's hollow up here and the ship's thick down here to compensate for the bigger engine up here. At least that's what I've been able to surmise. It doesn't make total sense, but it's good enough of a justification for our artistic license for this project. The other thing that I kind of put 2 and 2 together is, and I also figured out the position for the Mac as well. If you can see that the cannon is in there. I modeled it. It's just a couple of primitive shapes. The other thing that makes a lot of sense is the translight engine. The Sha Fujikawa is right here. It's in between the reactors. In between the reactors, and then an engineering bay is in front of that. That's what makes the most sense to me. You'd have your translight engine because clearly, if that thing blows up, we've seen in Halo what happens if that thing pops. It'll split the ship in half, and you'll have a really bad day, right? If that thing blows up, yeah, we saw what happened in Halo Reach. What happens if that happens? Building a platform around a weapon system, genius. I agree. No, I know you weren't here for this, dude, which is why I'm taking the time to explain it. So your translight engine, your warp engine is probably, obviously it needs to be it'd be best to be equidistant from the reactors, right? And also it should be in the meatiest part of the ship. What's the meatiest part of the ship? Right there. That's the thickest and most armored part around the reactors and the translight engine. The other thing that we were able to surmise is that has to be the spot for the lightspeed engine. or for the warp engine. The reason why is there are several instances in Halo lore where they can easily remove the warp engine out. You can jettison it, right? They did it in Reach. They did it in Halo Wars with the Spirit of Fire, which I'll count as lore, sure. So that would mean that it has to be accessible. It has to be in an accessible corridor. We made our vehicle corridor that we know is there because of the doors in the hangar bays. We made our vehicle corridor right here. Where does that vehicle corridor point to? Right to this position. I get it. It's a lot of extrapolation. I don't think Bungie ever intended anyone to get this detailed with the ship design at all. But it does make sense. So we're using a little bit of logical justification for our creative, for our artistic interpretation of the ship. Does that make sense? So yeah, I think they're staggered. It makes perfect sense because of the asymmetry on the long axis, or on the zenith nadir axis of the ship. It makes sense. The ship's totally asymmetrical, top to bottom. It's not very asymmetrical port to starboard, right? It's very asymmetrical from the zenith to the nadir. Like, you got this big honking thing down here, right? And then you have, like, the turrets are in different spots. There's a lot of hollow space right here because of the cargo bay. But the reason why there's probably a lot of hollow space right there is because the cargo bay is because the MAC is up there, which is probably very mass intensive because it's a gigantic railgun, probably pretty heavy, pretty high mass. And then the magazine for it is a quarter of the way through hull segment 4. And there's not a lot of meat up there, which, once again, it explains the asymmetry a lot, actually. How's your PC handling this? My room is staying quite warm, David, if you really want to know. So yeah, Raiden, those were our justifications. I think it's pretty good, so I started building out reactor containment. The sphere from here for reactor 2. This is the lower reactor, the nadir reactor. Yeah, the ships in Halo Victory are like if you took a Nimitz-class aircraft carrier and an A-10 and they had a kid, and then flew it in space. A-10 design philosophy applied to a ship that's 3 Nimitz long. Almost done. Saw some carriers recently. Dang, they're big. The Nimitz, the Halcyon is 3 Nimitz long. That's right, Jack. Yeah, exactly, man. That's what we're saying.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Wood, what's up, man? 56 months. Thank you. You're not happy about the asymmetry, but it's your ship? To be quite honest with you, I'm not really either. But there's no other way to explain the reactor position in the diagrams, dude. It's either one reactor is forward into hull segment 4, or both of them are on the halfway point between hull segment 4 and 5. There's no in between. So I'm trying to find the balance between the diagram between that cross section trying to find the balance between that cross section and where I think it goes, because if you look at the wireframe model, dude, like the reach model has the reactors clocked in a completely different position. So I was kind of like, oh, let's find the happy medium between the reach model and the cross section diagram. So it, you know, if somebody, like say in the future I release this and somebody goes and looks at it and, you know, like, oh, well, EJ, your reactor position's in the wrong position because you didn't put it here. It should be in hull segment 4, not hull segment 5. What are you doing? This explains it, you know? I don't know. You think the diagram is just the wrong perspective? Well, if that's the case, man, if that's the case, then I mean, reactor 2, this one is in the right spot. Reactor 1, which I haven't made yet, is not in the right spot. We could put them on top of each other. It makes sense. I mean, like I said, there's enough artistic license for it to kind of go either way. I just want to make sure I got my story straight when people ask why they are the way that they are. But then again, if they were over-under, I don't think people would be asking questions. So, I don't know, man. I'm kind of willing to hear opinions about it. Yeah, I see it, Apollo. One of them isn't right. Thank you. Wow, none of these are at the right angle. Holy crap. Those ones are. But Raiden, I'm not gonna lie. Doing the reactors directly over each other would probably... I kind of wanted to do that, but I don't know. It probably would be easier to make that way. I want to put them over under. Or not over under. I want the symmetrical, not the asymmetrical. The more I think about it, the more I think putting them on top of each other is the right move. Yeah, crew, exactly. That's... The model kind of denotes where the bottom reactor is, right? The model tells you exactly where it is. The diagram tells you where the top one is, so... And then the engine offset, it really does make sense, like... Right? Like, that's... I guess I'm kind of convincing myself that overrun, like... them directly on top of each other would be easier to make. Yeah, I discussed it for probably about half of the Satisfactory stream today, dude. Raiden, I know it doesn't tick the boxes in your head, right? Like, but I think the asymmetrical stuff, I think we should do it. We gotta do it that way, dude. He's alive. Also, holy beams, Batman. How was your holiday? It's good. Yarg, how about you? Have a good Thanksgiving, man. Good to see you. How are you and yours doing, dude? And this is what you need to do to make a freaking sphere in this game, dude. All right, Karina, see ya. Thank you for watching. I'm trying to get the sphere done before Space News, dudes. Oh, it's there. So how did you make the ball? I took the sphere and rotated it in 15-degree increments. Took the thing that we used, Raiden, to make the engine, and then I put it on a concrete foundation and put another foundation on top of that and moved it in 15-degree increments all the way around. A lot of thrust. Wouldn't having weight forward at the top prevent the nose from coming up under thrust? Well, the Mac is there, dude. So yeah, basically. I mean, you got to remember this thing also has vectored thrust, so you can take into account a small offset. You took a circle and anti-derived it in the third dimension, just like math. Yep. Who said those dang math classes in high school you would never use those? Yeah, that's funny. I mean, my math teacher never said I'd need them to play video games. Should have said that. Yeah, that's a good point. Has to be 14.097 to be connected to the right thing. See how it's going between 102 and 97 right there? This is where this gets super difficult. Have you heard anything about whether the Spectrum launch out of Vandoya will be broadcast? No, I have not. Almost there. Another question on the stagger. Wouldn't that spread the load of the reactors out over 3 hull segments versus just 1? Yeah, you don't really kind of want that type of asymmetrical thrust load on the vehicle, but Shoddy, we're gonna delete everything out of the center, dude. Hey, Dragon, hope you had a good Thanksgiving. Yeah, it was great, man.
Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, not going with the 56. And well, Lord with the 65. Thanks, man. Yeah, wizard, somehow I'll find a way to do it. I'm trying to see if I placed one of them incorrectly by accident. I think it's just the shape, dude. This doesn't scream, you know, geometric imperfection here. That screams I missed somewhere, but it doesn't look like it. It's not a square, no. Top right corner? Well, that one wasn't placed right, but it's still... Yeah. Yeah, that's just gonna happen here. Basically double the seam right there. Or we could just get rid of that piece. That thing is gonna look sick! Oh, that's super cool. Yeah, that screams geometric imperfection. Right there. Maybe we could just fudge it a little bit. Nah, that leaves an awful, awful seam. Nah, 1,000, I don't think it'll be as bad as... It does, Josh, right? Oh, it's 5. We gotta start space news. All right. We'll leave it at that for now. I just picked a random panel and I wanted to see if it fits. I did that over here with the engines to just see how, do a little bit of a trade study, I guess, to see how we're gonna fill this stuff in. No.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Creepshow. How you doing? I saved right before I finished the sphere, guys, so it's... Or right after I finished it, so I'm not too worried. Spain minus the S. All right. Let's start retooling for space news. Put that down there. Bring that there. Put that. Actually, put that up there. Here, like that. Save. Okay, you guys know the drill. I'm gonna jog the YouTube VOD. Give me about 20 minutes. I'm just gonna go use the restroom and stuff, and get the links ready for space news. So if you're on the Twitch side of things, you know the drill. Just stay here for a second. I'll be back. Quick break. And we'll go from there. The game was trying to tell me, yeah, Satisfactory was like, dude, it's space news time. It crashed exactly at the top of the hour, so you know, it's the universe telling you things. But we made a lot of work. We figured out how to make spheres today. That's huge. That's huge. That'll make a lot of things so much easier. Little bit of a tedious process, but we only need to make 2 reactors, so I only need to do that another time. That only really took me about 2 hours to do, even though we've been streaming for 5. The other 3 was figuring out how to do it. But if I needed to build another one right now, it wouldn't take very long. So, food for thought. Anyway, yeah, give me about 15-20 minutes and I will see you guys for space news. On the YouTube side, stand by for loss of signal as expected.